If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 22nd of July 2026, and we're going to be doing some analytics today here at Doomben. Doomben is in Queensland. The ground rating is about soft today. We've got 8 races coming up here. This is in Queensland, but this track is quite stable. So what that actually means is the favorites here at this track are well deserved, and they often are right. This track offers anywhere about 40%, at times 50% on the odds. So the track is standard, the track is good, and it plays nice. We've got about 8 races here today. The ground rating is soft. We'll see how things happen here today. The last finishing mile is about 350 meters. And that's all about the track. So welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out or highlight them. So we are here with the first one, which is a maiden 1350 meters. We'll see how the market is talking, and we'll get the market snapshot, and then we'll talk about the horses. No scratching, 4295. Four, 2, 9, 5. So everything is like what we've had in the previous races during Flemington and all. The DS is going to talk about where the load value is. The net is going to talk about where the drops are from where. But what we're going to monitor is this particular channel here, which I am comparing with the DS. We'll see how that actually translates, because what has been happening over a period of time is when we are looking at the horses, and there are certain things that has been happening, which is to do with the form line. And when there is a there's a problem with the form line, and we often stay away from that horse, even then that horse gets in. So how does that happen, and how how the physics is helping to get that horse into a place. We'll try to figure that, and we'll see how that works. So coming to the first one, which is a 1350 maiden, the 4 is the favorite. Now, here is the scene. The DS is like that, so everybody is on a pressure line. It's a 1350, so everybody is going to be running. And if we look at that, so that is where it starts. This is the difficulty level at the bottom, which we have seen how to work with that. So that's that. And here we have these 2 horses which are coming up, and we will see how those are working. Okay, we might get this column say nothing at all at times. Like in this one, it did not say anything, but here it is saying, then here it is saying. So whenever it is saying something, we'll keep a monitor on that, how those things are working. So now about 4. So if we go through the smallest to the largest, the 4 is here, which is on the difficulty scale. Okay, but the form line is fantastic. This is not a negative, this is just the smallest, which means that it is a good horse. When it goes to negative, that's when the problem begins, because when it goes to negative, that is when they generally don't get in. As long as they're staying in positive, that's a good sign, and there should not be any problem. So that's the 4, which is, this is very difficult. This is the second line of difficulty. This is the third line, and this is the 4th line. So this is here. So what exactly it is saying is that it is 1.5 on the difficulty level. The drop is also about 1.5. I mean, increased 1.5 from the previous. Previous is in like from the winning weight. So we'll take a look at the winning weight. That's not the winning weight. That's the winning weight. So from 56, it's increased, and that's where it shows it becomes 57.5. And this 57 stays at 57. There's no drop. It's 57. That's how it is. Okay. So if we look through that, then 9 is the top. But we will not talk about that at this point of time, because the 9 is a drop here. Okay, the 9 is a drop from the previous class. So the 9 is a drop. The top weight is on 1. 1 is very difficult to assume, because that's something which does not have any form line, but we are getting those things up here. And if we get them right, then we will adjust them with their form line. That's the purpose of this particular column. So overall, now what is happening is everybody is negative leverage. All of the horses has got negative leverage, which means they are practically not good horses. They've got issues, and we can clearly see the issues. This one has got 11 races, still a maiden. This one has 6 races, still a maiden. This one is 6 races, still a maiden. 22 races, still a maiden. 8 races, still a maiden. All that thing is happening. So now, so the capability is 57. It is 57.5. It is at 57.5. Will be running as a neutral. That is the weight which does not conflict with being a neutral. 55 does conflict. 59 does not conflict, but 59 is in a very bad shape. Okay. 55 conflicts with being a neutral. Why? Because that's a lower weight, and that generally does not go through as a neutral. 57.5 and above, anything goes well with the neutrals. There is no problem. So now the 2 and the 9. Okay, so the 2 and the 9 is the lowest weight, which is the drop. 2 is here where we are getting a thing, so probably 2 is in the game. And the 5, which is from the difficulty level, it is on a very high difficulty level, and the leverage is like that because it has not been doing well. So I believe the odds are right. So why the odds are right is that 5 is there, should get in. It's 3 steps up, but the capability is also higher. But when we're talking about capabilities, these horses are actually bad. So all negative leverage horses, whether they will deliver, not deliver, that's a $1 million question which is there. So we'll stay out of those. 4 probably is the right odd. Why? Because it has the form line, which is no issues, has the body weight, one of the lowest in terms of negative leverage. Rest everybody is like 2, 3, 4. The one, which is a 4-year-old mare, is also the same, and that's the dicey one. Okay, that's the dicey one. Why? Because that's a 59, and we are getting some signals on here as well. This can go as a neutral, but the form line is absolutely bad. So we are not going to bank on that. We are not going to bank on 2 or anything else. Ideally, we should stay out of this because they are all negative leverage, but 4 looks good. All right. And 4 is the right odd. There should not be a problem. 57.5 will go as a neutral. 55 is very difficult to go as a neutral. That is very difficult. 2 is good. We have some signals here, but those are signals only. Okay. Confidence, if anyone is looking absolutely stunning out of all the horses, that's 4. Complexity is less. Why? Because 57.5 can go as a neutral. We know 55 cannot go as a neutral. We have seen that multiple times. Risk is 1, which is a 59. But probably 1 is not in a position to do this today. We'll see how that works. And about the 5. The 5 is good. Okay. The 5 is good. The 5 is higher than this, 58. Capability is also higher. Okay. But the leverage is bad on this horse. And we can see like six races, it has hardly done anything. We'll see how that places, but ideally it should be, if we look at the form line and the kind of things that are happening. So this is a lower weight. Okay, for 2 is a lower weight capability and a down. I think it will go 4, 5, 2. If nothing gets in between. We'll see how that works, but 4 looks good. Dows, welcome back, Dows. One second, Dows, I'll just answer. What's the leverage? Okay, so the leverage is this, that every horse, okay, they get either promoted or demoted after each race. And what happens is when they get demoted, what is a promotion and what is a demotion? So promotion is like this, that in your previous race you were 56, and this race you are 57.5. That's a I mean, in the previous race you were 56, and in this race you are 57.5. So your weight is 57.5 in this race. In the previous race, yours was 56. That's just one race we are talking about. So there is a promotion. It was 56 in its previous race and 57.5 in this particular race. That's just one race. Okay. Now let's say it has 6 races. So we calculate that in every race where it has got a promotion and a demotion and a promotion and a demotion. So this is where it is. Here it is. Okay, so we are taking whatever the number of races it has gotten into, and we are calculating the promotions and the demotions for each and every race. If it has 20 races, we will calculate 20 races. If it has one race, we will calculate one race. Two race, we will calculate two race. So we calculate that figure. So let's say a horse was promoted twice and demoted 12 times. So that's where the numbers will reflect. So this is like 6 races and says -12. So in each race, it has been reduced. The weight was reduced because of the performance, and that's not only the performance. So we also take the commentary, and we have some numericals on those particular words, what exactly the commentary is saying. We've added that as well. So with a higher leverage, like these horses, okay, when the leverage is high, that means they've been promoted, and they've been getting promotions all across. That's how things are. When it goes to negative, that means they are really bad horses, and you use your caution. So a negative leverage is bad. And very unreliable. Well, 7.
Into two is the move everywhere. Saturday's girl number 2 is the second pick. Gear Tigers today. Maiden through 22 starts for Chris Waller. Blinkers removed again. Wickers back on Saturday's girl. 4 to 4.40 back to $4.20. Stylish edition number 9 is $4.60 out to $5.50 on the last start placing at start 2 at Ipswich. And nothing else to report. Skimming down the board. The Bureau says a possible shower or two developing. 23 degrees. We're starting the day on a soft sink surface with a rail out 7.5 metres, as we say hi to Mitch Manners.
Very good afternoon to you, Andrew Martin. Afternoon, everyone tuning into the coverage of Doomben today. There's some news and showers this morning throughout southeast Queensland, just enough to push this track rating to a soft 6, but pretty much after they downgraded the track to a soft 6, it's been fine skies and a bit of temperature coming through now, so it is meant to get to a top of 23 degrees in Brisbane today, and the weather certainly looks, or the day certainly looks much different to what it did about an hour or so ago. And now a saddle readjustment with Star Chevelle. Might be another one taking place here in your broadcast. Okay, good as gold. Thank you. So that is correct. Rose of Sean C's rider Stacey Keller wasn't happy with her saddle, so both 7 and 8 saddle readjustments behind the stalls here. Rose of Sean C's rider Stacey Keller out of the saddle now. Robbie Dolan back aboard. Chevelle for Marcus Wilson, who unfortunately lost 2 runners today due to its reasons. Race 2, number 11, Strenuous. Race 6, number 1, Nails of Pride, 2 late ones. So this is into $1.95. Had it all. Very well tried to win the opening race. It's got good speed and has come through the right sort of maidens of late to break through this afternoon on suppose, form compared to the others. No load up as yet while they fix this saddle girth with Rose of Shanti, who is a $23 chance. She's actually been finding the line well late in her race from the Gold Coast into Toowoomba. Just hasn't been able to go at all early, but 13.50 will suit. She might be even looking for further soon. Now here is Major Hot about to come up. So this loading process is about to commence. Major Hot was a dueling scepter. 1200 metre maiden today, but they opted to go for the good game here and run over 13.50. At the moment, they can't load Major Hot. Fitted by Stearns. Backpedaling away from the gate. Stylish Edition coming forward now. Ben Thompson's going to run a red-hot favourite in the Jockeys Challenge, fresh from 4 victories here on Saturday. $1.16, I think the price was through tab.com.au. Now, Saturday's Girl comes up. Can she break through today? It's start number 23. Had it all about to get ready. Some short price favourite for the first. Had it all. It's at 195. Now we wait upon Rose of Shanti, Pippi Pomar, Star Chevelle, and Bossiri. That'll be the last handful to get set. First today, going 1350 metres. The rail this afternoon, 7.5 metres. Bossiri coming forward now. So after a little bit of a hold-up, we're all in. Set to go. Week racing about to get underway from Doomben. Red lights. Set, they're racing now. Had it all was about 4th or 5th into stride, now mustering speed. Pippi Pomar, the first one out. Had it all's going to take a trail with Major Hot. Stylish Edition's got to 4th, and then Saturday's Girl settling down around 5th with Star Chevelle, and Highland Kitty a fraction wide. Bossiri and Rose of Shanti is going to drop back to the tail. 900 metres left to run, and it's Pippi Pomar in front, leading by a length and a half. Had it all is left without cover. Second the outside of Major Hot third, and then followed by sliding forward Stylish Edition to 4th, 3 deep on the outside of Star Chevelle, the centre. And Saturday's Girl is midfield defence. Next is Highland Kitty, third to last. Then Bossiri. Rose of Shanti is last. 500 metres left to run. Pippi Pomar about a half clear from Had It All, who looks to be travelling strongly in second. Saturday's Girl, Maloney's quickly manoeuvred away from the rail, and it presents now 3 deep at the bend. Major Hot's next, then Bossiri. Stylish Edition gone, top of the straight. Pippi Pomar, Had It All's a bit one paced. Saturday's Girl moved up on the outside now at the furlong pole. Saturday's Girl took over, dashed a length and a half clear from Had It All, Pippi Pomar, then followed by Major Hot. But Saturday's Girl, it is her day today. Saturday's Girl has won it well in the end. I reckon Highland Kitty's going to nab Had It All for second, and 4th in Pippi Pomar. Major Hot next in. Further back to Rose of Shanti, Bossiri, Stylish Edition, Star Chevelle. Saturday's Girl, Ryan Maloney, Chris Waller has bolted up in the first today. A lovely run in the race, and then he just manoeuvred away from the rails, and she was travelling strongly at the top of the straight. And he felt it was now or never for the bear to put one away, and she has. And she's done it in good style. I favour Highland Kitty, blousing Had It All for second. Stand by for the numbers to be semaphored up, but there's no doubting the winner. 2 Saturday's Girl, Ryan Maloney, Chris Waller, and there by Zoo Star breaking through at start 23. Played 7 times prior.
So, fair way to do it. Doing it in style with Gear Tinkers today. For Patient Connections to make no more. 1 will get second ahead of 4 ahead of 6. It'll be 2, 1, 4 and 6 there on race number 1. 7 races to come. Now, race number 4 from Murray Bridge is next, and on.
So 2, 1, 4. So what happened is this, that we were getting some indications here. This is what we need to catch. Okay, where we get them, those are the things that we need to catch. 4 at the form line did not do well. Two, 1, then 4, then 6. Now, why that is doing that? That is so. What are we calculating here? Is though it has a bad form line, but how is it holding up against the competition? Okay, when I say competition, so they all are assigned weights. The weights are assigned by the handicapper in terms of their capabilities, and the assessment that has been done by the house. So when we get a negative in there, this means that they kind of are somehow passing the assessment in the competition rather than them. Okay, so that is what the key takeaway. So we'll go to the next, we'll see how that works. We might not get anything at all when especially everybody is carrying the same weight. "11" has been scratched. Seven, 4, 10, 6. So what was the thing? So we knew that 9 cannot go as a neutral, right? 9 cannot go as a neutral. 4 could go as a neutral. So that's what we knew. But the 4 kind of failed, and uh, the reason is that they were there. Okay. Now the 7 is the favorite. So it's a 1350 again. This is not running as a neutral. This is running as a linear. But the linear is 5 steps drop. Okay. And it's a 52 here. If we look at what happened, so 4 got beaten by the 2 and the 1 both, which the 1 was the top weight, but it did not win. What won actually is this one, the 2 with the jaw. So the 7 is not the top weight. It is a drop of 5 steps, though that is the highest leverage we have on this horse, which means that it has been getting promotions, but that is negligible in terms of whatever it has been doing. Ideally, it should be going to a top weight, which is 4. These are very difficult to assume what they will do. The 6 races was still empty. They've not done anything. So those are weird. But 7 probably is a bad idea, because I mean I am not in favor of 7, because it's a 1350. It's the same distance, okay? It's the same distance. Now in the same distance, the 2 here won with a 55, and then came the top weight. But here they're all managed in the same weight scale. So this is the lowest. It's still lower. 10 is lower 38, but here it gets 58 as well. So 4, 2, I don't know. Here, those are like really, really bad. It ideally should be 4, not 7. But what might make it win? 2.5 will not work. 2.5. This is 2. 2.5. We'll see how that works. I like the 4, but they again, it's the same thing. What we are dealing with is all these horses. These horses are very, very volatile horses. We have no clue what they can actually do and not do. This basically is what negative leverage says is they're bad horses. Now, one bad horse competing against another bad horse, that's a bad idea in itself, and participating in that is probably the worst idea. So that 7 is the highest leverage out of all these monkeys, but if we go with the numbers, then it should be 4, but they're like that, so use your caution. I believe that will do anything nice. Is a fact. 1. Eight, 11, 56.1. This is higher. Yes. 4, 4.7, 54, 56. So what is the difference? 54. How did that do? That is huge. 52. 4, 56. 626. Let's see. At 1350, where it was it to that is incredible. 5.5. This was on this side. It's like 6. And this side. They're bringing this side. 55. So they're all buildings. That's the other side. Is there? That's this side. This side. I think we'll see how that works. raised to 6.
Two is $3.50 out to $3.80, 6 out to $8.50 St Andrews, and the one that they've spec'd at big odds is Cautionary Tale, much fitter third run back from a break. The line nicely at Ipswich last time out, $21 into $18, spec for Robbie Dolan. Let's get to Mitch, who's a Moscow Mule fan here.
Liked it going into his debut start, Andrew. He'd been trialling particularly well. And just the early sections of the race, not much went right for him, and he was a bit new first time at the races. Put himself just into a tricky spot in a small field, 3 wide, with 60 kilos, mind you. He was conceding weight to his rivals in that race, the way that it was scaled. Matt Dunn's quickly found that Colson Gelding's maiden plate, so he drops 2.5 kilos on that run. In some ways meets similar opposition. As they're about to come forward, Bowling Harry will be the first to get set. It's $1.75. Whether Doomben with the rail out 7.5 metres as this fellow's goes, probably the question. Coming Home to You was good very late in the race at Ipswich behind Silent Thinker. Clearly his best work was his last 150. Gets an extra 150 today, stepping to 13.50. He's the clear second elect and has been trimmed down to beat the favourite. They've got clear. They've really dominated the betting. St Andrews is on the third line at $9. There's Cautionary Tale. This was one of the roughies spec'd in the race. 21 down to 18. Lottery Link coming forward. Coming Home to You, St Andrews and Mr. Betterman to come up and complete the line. Saturday's Girl was far too good in the first. Making through at start number 23, but scoring by almost 3 lengths. Mr. Betterman, one more spin around. Unless there's an issue with one in the gates. They went 1:21.36. 1.5 seconds outside the class record there. The track rated a soft 6 prior to the first. Scattered showers this morning. Lights are on. They're racing now in the second. And the favourite was last away, Moscow Mule. Going to drive through into a half-decent spot around midfield. Bowling Harry towards the inside. Cautionary Tale, Lottery Linkert going forward as Rubik's Shadow. And through the first 200 metres, it's going to be Lottery Link taken up narrowly from Bowling Harry and Rubik's Shadow's left out on a limb pressing on. Mr. Betterman's even wider. Cautionary Tale is 5th. Moscow Mule is midfield the railed. And St Andrews deep. Coming Home to You, 3rd to last, Hands of Glory, and last is Chance to Loom. Chopping and changing order early. Rubik's Shadow took it up, a neck clear from Mr. Betterman. 3rd behind the speed, Bowling Harry. 4th, Lottery Link. 3 wide, St Andrews. Moscow Mule, 6th, 3 back the inside. Thompson will need to weave through from there. Cautionary Tale next. Coming Home to You's getting onto his bike now. Then Chance to Loon and last is Hands of Glory as they really pack up. Around the corner, Lottery Link on Moscow Mule got shuffled back to almost last with tiring traffic in front of him. Coming Home to You, swept upon the lead from Lottery Link at the 150 metre mark. Running through to 3rd is St Andrews. Moscow Mule's out, but the bird's probably flown. Coming Home to You, clear with 50 to go. Moscow Mule's going to run to 2nd. Coming Home to You, too good. Moscow Mule, a very stiff 2nd. St Andrews is in a photo for 3rd with Cautionary Tale. Next in was Bowling Harry, Lottery Link. Behind those, Chance to Loon, Rubik's Shadow, Hands of Glory, Mr. Betterman. Well, one got going around the corner. Corey Sutherland was on his bike on Coming Home to You, circling 3-4 wide at the bend. And in the meantime, the favourite was just getting shuffled back with all sorts of things going on around it. And Coming Home to You was full of momentum, pinched that break. And the second elect has dominated the race late, but Moscow Mule, a very stiff second placing. St Andrews is perhaps going to get that stride in for third from Course Retail. Looking at the replay. 4-7-10. Second elect beats the favourite.
And St Andrews runs third, 2 runs fourth. Coming home to you, comes home for the first win at start number 4.
So 4, 7, 10, and something else might have gotten there. I don't know what is that, but there's something else. Not 6. One, 10, 11. 1 has been scratched. 10, 11 has been scratched. 13 and 15 has been scratched. 17 needs to be scratched. The gate numbers are puzzling. 2 is 3, 3 is 6, 4 is 15, 5 is 2, 6 is 7, 8 is 8, 9 is 4, 12 is 9, 14 is 11, 16 is 17. Eight, 5, 12, 6. Okay, so what is happening is the 8 is the favorite. Okay, so why the 7 did not win here and why it came second is the fact that the 4 was carrying a higher weight. Okay, we spoke about this, but that's how it should have been. That is exactly how it played. Now, we did not have any MS score here, but we have the MS score here. Okay. Now the 8 is a filly. That filly is doing perfectly all right. And 8 and 5 are the two top favorite, which is also right in its own ways. But here is the catch. The catch is again the same thing. Here the linear was carrying a lower weight, it did not win. Okay. Here also it is carrying a lower weight, which did not win. 5 has the jockey arrangement, which is good. Okay. 5 has the jockey arrangement, which is good. But that is a very unreliable horse because of the leverage, definitely. Then comes this one, which is the other one. So whatever happens here is something that will happen. 8 probably it's difficult as a linear to win. It's 1200 meters. You need weight. Now where the weights are, let's see them. So this one, these two are with the top weights, okay? But this one is negative leverage, extremely bad. The other one has some chances, maybe, but that is also like that. Then we have 2, which is here, okay? If we compare 2 and 3, so 3 is negative leverage 3, this is negative leverage 2, and we have a negative on this, so which is good. 8 and 5, out of these two, 5 definitely has the arrangement with the jock, which is good. And that should happen. But that is extremely difficult to believe. Here, the 4 was 0. Okay, that was not a negative leverage. So both of those horses, this is 0, that is 3. So they came in. And then it was here on this 4, which was one of the lowest. And then probably it went to 6, but 6 did not get it. So somebody else got it. So a lower one would be here, a 3, maybe. So that's how it played. So basically, when you have these horses, it is very difficult to believe what they're going to do. 8 probably is a bad idea. It is again carrying the same situation as the 7, which is a 55, drop of 5. Here the drop reduces to 1.5, but the capability of the horse is also lower. So that's the fact with the 8. The 5 has the right jockey arrangement and the right form line, but very difficult to believe what it will do. Very difficult to believe what it will do, because of that is the fact. I mean, it is a -4 on the leverage. So if you have 7 races, and out of which there are 3.5, 4 races you've been demoted, then that's not a very healthy scene. So those are the facts. Now about who to believe and who not to believe. So 8 probably is a bad idea, because that's a lower weight. It's a linear, it will get there since it is within the odds. At Doomben, odds are pretty neat. But now where it might get beaten, okay, who can beat it? So it's a -1.5 on a 53. 5 can beat it, okay, because that's a 56.5. It's higher than this. Capability is also good, and there's a jockey arrangement. The form line is good. 5 can beat it. 5 is a negative leverage 4. Who can beat this? 3 can beat this. 2 can beat this. That 14, probably not. Or maybe, I don't know. That is the highest on the pressure line. And that's a negative leverage 4. Okay. Is it doing well? It is doing okay. Better than these two, definitely. The 14. So now it's like that. 257, 58.02, gate number 11. Gate number 11. That 2 is a check. Let's see how that 2 gets placed. But I mean, you know how things are. Things are very bad. Things are very, very bad. The 14 has strong presence, but it is coming from gate number 11. So that's a very difficult job. Okay. The 5 has the arrangement with the jock. That is a good arrangement. 8 also has the arrangement, but that is a lower weight for a linear. If we have to believe out of these two, then what job is having it? So it's 6.5. This is you take that 56.552 is 1 it'll drop away. This is already up. Then probably it'll go high here. What happens to 2? I don't know. Ideally, 5 should win. Ideally, 5 should win, but it's very dicey because these horses, they can backfire. We'll see how that works. Ideally, 5 should win. 8, probably not. And in that case, the drop will come here. So that is probably on the drop side on 53. The 51, the 53. So that is neck. That 2 is a check. We'll see how that 2 gets placed.
Deep. And Agadu number 5 with the blinkers, first time, third up and start number 8. 460 into $4.20 is best back to beat it. Then we've got 7 out to 8, back to $7.50 for Arctic Bright. At longer odds, the Grand Duchy, number 4 for Jace McMurray, 14 into $12. Bad Boss, number 16 for Boris Thornton, Matt Hoysted, resumes off a debut fifth, $19 into $15. And even horse number 14 is 61 into $41. We're 60 seconds away. Emphatic in offer. First up, second at the Gold Coast on top for this man, Mitch Manners.
It's been tough going for favourite putters so far here at Doomben today, Andrew. The well-tried favourite Had It All was rolled in the first, and then the odds-on favourite Moscow Mule had little luck in the previous. The well-tried second elect was too good in the end, pinching a break, but Moscow Mule was a hard luck tail. And then they face a pretty tricky maiden in the third of the day. This is open. Emphatique is favourite at $3.90, but a bit loose late in betting. There's been money around for Agadu, Mediterra, and they've also spec'd a few at longer odds, Mashani Prince, the Grand Duchy. And there's been a long-range spec for this one that gained a start this morning with settled for 16, Bad Boss. 19 down to 13. Gossip Glow is the one that they're working upon next to come up into the stalls. The special has locked away the inside gate, filly by Merchant Navy. She's a $41 chance at her racetrack debut. Mediterra is in the stalls with Emphatique and Mashani Prince. Now the Grand Duchy coming up. Did a good job at the Gold Coast to hold the place in after a wide trip first up. On a slightly tricky draw to overcome again today. Prophet of Destiny Bad Boss, and Arctic Bright. Will be our last three to get set. 1,200 metres the distance for the third. Make a race day on sale now. Arctic Bright moves in, and here's Bad Boss. This is the one that they've had a speck of longer on. Lights on at the 1,200. Biggest field of the day. Set, they're racing now. Prophet of Destiny missed the start, a good length and a half. Arctic Brights showing speed. Gossamer Glow, the Grand Duchy of Mediterra is put into the fray early. Just off those, Bev's Special, Mactic Havana Giller. Behind those next is Emphatique looking for a spot in between runners. Agadoo has been shuffled back to fourth last early. Then Bad Boss, Mashani Prince and Prophet of Destiny last. 700 metres left to run. Gossamer Glow in front, a half clear from the Grand Duchy. 1.5 away, Bev's Special third. Mediterra travels fourth, one off. Emphatique couldn't get in, fifth, three wide on a limb. Then followed Agadoo, the Rails, Arctic Bright, Mactic Havana Giller. Third to last, Mashani Prince, then Bad Boss, and last, Prophet of Destiny. They swing the corner now, less than 350 to go. Gossamer Glow in front, trying to fend off the challenge of the Grand Duchy. Mediterra presents Mashani Prince and Bev Special. Agadoo needs a way clear. It's about to get that split. It closed again. Emphatique runs on. Mashani Prince blew the whistle, got through with Bev Special. Mashani Prince is the one. Mashani Prince has got through. Won it from Bev Special. Emphatique's run third. Kemra fourth. Arctic Bright, a very unlucky Agadoo. Or not far off those, Prophet of Destiny. Gee, they swamped the first few in the run. The Grand Duchy, Mediterra, Gossamer Glow, Bad Boss, and Mactic Havana Giller.
2-7.
So it's 2, 7, 8, and 6 will wind up fourth. Mashani Prince home under Olivia Kendall to pay 13.10 plus for the win across the totes. And it's 3 races down and 5 races to come from Doomben this afternoon with Mitch. Ninth event from Healesville is next, and Wilson again in the pink rope. Went up at $4 and tightens into $3 and is the new.
So why 2-1? And then came the 7. Okay. 2, 7, 8. And then 6. So what was the difference? So let's check one by one, okay? 8 was 54 as a linear. That's not the weight, okay? That is not the weight to win as a linear. As a linear, you need to have 58, 59, or something on those lines. So that did not work. The capability was also 53. Why 2? So we had all the negatives here lined up, all right? Same as the first one. These 2 came in first, okay? The 2 came in first and the 1 came in second. Then came the 4, okay? Though 4 had the form line. So what happened here is all of them had -2. Now, when we measure with that, the 2 is the lowest drop from the winning weight. Okay. So if we look at the winning weight, so if you look at those are very high, then it is this, but 2 is higher than those. Okay. They were drops. They were all drops. So they did not get there. 58 was the winning weight. That is the lowest drop. And that is the advantage on 2. So we'll keep monitoring this. It is not guaranteed here, but we will keep monitoring this, how this thing works. 14 also was good, but that was very wide. We'll go to the next 4. 2, 4, 10 all scratched. Five, 6, 3, and 7. The odds are right. I think it'll be a trifactor. I think it'll be a trifactor. The odds are right. So this is not a linear. This is an EW with one of the lowest weight. If we compare that, that is not a drop on a 53. It's chasing 56. Okay, these two are exactly lined up. 1.5, 2.5. Now, in what circumstances the 5 can get beaten? In what circumstances the 5 can get beaten? The 9 cannot beat probably the 5. That is not the thing. Can the 3 bit beat the 5 with the weight on 1200 meter? I think it'll play a trifactor. I think it'll play a trifactor. Let's see how that works. I think it is a trifactor. Gate, welcome back, Gate. Gatekeeper 573.
Been racing well. Starting to load up here. So minor protest on the previous fifth against second was dismissed. Numbers standing. Shani Prince beating Bev Special. Fatigue and Co. Now Ruins of Rome coming up. Blue Allure about to come forward to complete the lines. Loaded quickly for the fourth. 4X gold plate. Red lights are on. Set at the 1200. Racing now to a beautiful dispatch away. Blue Allure is going to drift back shortly after the break. Bring Me Saki left fast with No Name Frank. Extreme Diamonds just holding a forward spot on the rail. Acapulco Girl to their outside. Now Ruins of Rome was cast wide. Osmond in two minds at the moment, trying to slot in. La Commodore and Blue Allure the last pair. Bring Me Saki on top. Off the back, 750 metres left to run. 3/4 make it a half to Acapulco Girl in second. Extreme Diamond third. No Name Frank is fourth. And Ruins of Rome will have to do it the hard way. 3 deep in fifth. Then followed La Commodore and Blue Allure is last of all. 500 metres left to run. Bring Me Saki only a head clear now from Acapulco Girl. Extreme Diamond looks to be going okay. Needs a way clear. No Name Frank is trying to keep it in the pocket. Couldn't. Ruins of Rome off the track. La Commodore's railed through underneath them. Then Blue Allure. It's Acapulco Girl at the 250. Still in front from Extreme Diamond. Ruins of Rome out wide are still running on. Then La Commodore the far side. Acapulco Girl's in front. Extreme Diamond can't get there. Acapulco Girl's going well. Acapulco Girl too good. Beat La
7-9.
Commodore. Ruins of Rome, Extreme Diamond in a photo for third. No Name Frank, Blue Allure. And last in, Bring Me Saki.
Ash Butler and Acapulco Girl couldn't be caught down the straight. $13.40 and $4.50. Beating La Commander over on the inside. He's really close for third between the three on the outside of the five. That could go either way. 7-9 in a photo between the three and the five. A double figure odds to win race number 4 and wrap up the early quaddy. Main quaddy starts with the next third event down the straight. Murray Bridge Greyhounds is the last of 9, and Freya.
That 6-year-old did not do anything. That just bounced. Yeah, that is difficult because that's drop. It's not doing well. We'll go to the next. Seven has been scratched from the 5th. 8143. So we're back to a 1350. Even here, what happened is the fact that the 5 was on a lower weight. It came in third, and the 7 went through. Then the 9, which was ideally there, came through. Then it is 5, and then it is probably 3. 3 was negative 2.5. This was a 6-year-old gilding, couldn't hold up, and 7, the drop just went through 1.5 to space negative. That's a little weird, but just went through because they were really high drops. And the 9 came in second. So here, the 8 is back to a lower weight, which probably is exactly like the 5 or this 8 that would not win. So all those things, right? So that probably is not the thing. Now, if we look at from what is happening from the drop perspective, from the winning weight and the power line. So 8 has a power line, and it is one of the lowest drop from the winning weight. However, let's check the winning weight. So winning weight is 57.5. Okay? From there it is a drop, wherein these two are very high. These two are very high. This is the highest, probably, but the drop is also the highest on 3. These two are very high. Here we have this one, which is not doing well, the 5. And then we have this one, which is anyway lower than them. So those things will not prevail. How this will play, I think 1 and 2, then 6 and 8. Let's see if that works. 1, 2, 6, 8. This is again on the lower side. Now where things can get tricky. We'll figure out where it gets tricky. 9 is a negative leverage horse, so that probably is not. I don't know. That's in there, so and it is showing a balance with a drop. So if that gets into the next position, that is probably there, but. 1 and 2 maybe. these two are no. Here it is 8, but it is also lower, 57. And then these all are 57. Crowd of which this one is 48.558, but it is getting on the high side. Here it is that and that, 52.5 and 52. 1, 2, 6, 8, probably everything. So let's see. 1, 2, 6, and 8. I'll be back from the washroom in a jiffy. Okay, I'm back. Lee, welcome back, Lee. Long time. Okay, Gate. Point noted.
Went it through 8 career starts. That was first up in its maiden win at the Gold Coast. Sandwich between it and the last start third at Ipswich was a fourth at the Gold Coast, where it never got in the race when it beat the favourite. Set the 3 runs back from a break as a Wood Bassett 3-year-old filly for Chris Waller. Siesta on the second line of the trade, as we touched on, former Victoria, now with Tony Gollan. 2 wins and 5 placings through 10. That's a really consistent record, as I touched on. Placed 2 of 3, second up in the past, second up last campaign, second on the hillside at Sandown. beaten a length and a quarter or so. About 80 seconds to get the bets on. Flaxland's on top for Mitch as we join him trackside.
Gap is closing all the time between this top two in the betting. Flaxland's 2.15 and Siesta 2.40. Flaxlands was good from back in the field at Ipswich's last start, went third behind Petite Palace.
Doomben, Lee, Doomben.
Go back up to 13.50 with her. They tried 15.50 when she was in Sydney. The miss at the Gold Coast over 1,300 went fourth. That race was very much dictated by the leader, Hilarious, who's gone on and got to a better level since. Siesta might have the map advantage, though, even though drawn the outside gate in the small field. You'd think with 3 off, they're going to roll forward on that mare, and she was good first up at Ipswich, so it'd very much be a tactical race, this 5th event, as they load in. Gagnonte Onchier goes forward. She drives a Bentley, moves up into the gates. Mossomore, Echo Hunter, and Siesta to come up and complete.
Difficult, bro. Difficult.
Starts the quaddie today. Mossomore did trot up okay. She is a winner first.
Let's talk after the races.
In a previous preparation, she does prefer longer, but her recent trial suggested she might be in for a decent enough campaign. She's a $16 chance down from 18 very late in the piece. Siesta coming up. Complete the line. 13.50 for race 5. For Siesta to be right. Lights on. Set. They're racing now. And Siesta out wide, bounced well. Flaxlands is going to be put into the race today by Maloney. In fact, they're going to run 1, 2, and Flaxlands is going to lead. Enarita's in third, and just off those, Spirit of Nurai in fourth. Then Echo Hunter on the inside, Gagnonte Onchier. Mossomore settles down second last, where she drives a Bentley. 900 metres left to run. Eventually, Siesta took over now. And second up on the outside, Spirit of Nurai. Flaxlands is back to third. 2 lengths away in fourth, Enarita. Then Echo Hunter. Gagnonte Onchier third to last, then Mossomore, and last as she drives a Bentley. Down the side of the track, 700 metres left to run. Siesta backed it off mid-race, leads 3/4. Spirit of Nurai in second. Third, the inside is Flaxlands. Maloney stalking every which way he could go on the back of Siesta. Echo Hunter fourth, and then followed by Enarita. Next to the outside is Mossomore, Gagnonte Onchier, and last as she drives a Bentley. Siesta's in front at the top of the straight. Plenty of room for Flaxlands if good enough. And she's starting to set sail out after Siesta now. Siesta's in front. Flaxlands about a half length away. She drives a Bentley running on. It's Flaxlands moving up to Siesta. Flaxlands starting to draw clear late. Flaxlands 2
8-1.
beats Kemra. Siesta or on the outside.
8-1.
Gagnonte Onchier. She drives a Bentley fourth. Echo Hunter. And further back, Spirit of Nurai, Enarita, Mossomore.
That's a double for Ryan Maloney as Flaxlands gets the cash and pays
8-1,
$2.40 across all of the toasts. This roll on for second and third. It's really close between the one on the inside and the 4 taking a late dive at it on the outside. They're wide apart. I want to stay out of that one. It's 8 and a photo between the 1 and the 4.
That was a trifecta.
Flaxlands launches off the main quaddie with a win. Take note of the next Nails and Pride number 1 is a late scratching off the 6th of 8 today from Doomben.
So, 8-1. Okay. But why was it difficult? Because it was on a lower weight. Okay. But it went through because definitely the others were in a dicey position. 8-1, 4, and 6 maybe. I don't know. This was difficult today, but got through because of the jock We'll go to the next. One, 6, 10, 11 all scratched. All of them are scratched. Anyway, we'll see. 1, 6, 10, 11. 1, 6, 10, 11. 2, 4, 8, 9. 8. Seven, 4, pounds, 42. So the 2 is the favorite, okay? This time I think 2 is right, because when we're checking, so if we check what happened up there, so the 8, 57 went through 1, was 2, 2, 1 went, the 8 went through, okay? 8 went through. What was the lowest? 8, 57, they were higher, 2, 2, 8 was higher, 4 was climbing, 1, 2 bounced, 5 this was lower, 1, 4.5, this was 1, so that fell through. Here was a problem, here was it. Look at that. So 64, -4.5, 61, 62 is higher, but then 61.5, 61.5 is here. 1.5 here to be like 9, 9, Same with 298. And here on 37. So this one is up. P1. One drop. 700. 7-year-old building. And so here it gets dicey. And probably will get there. Should be 2-9. Should be 2-9, then 8. 2-9-8. And I don't know about that 7-year-old gilding, what will that do, but we'll see how that 7-year-old gilding places, because number wise 7 comes in. Okay, 5 is like that, so 2, 9, then 8, then either 3 or 7. 2, 9 should be the thing. Gatekeeper Canterbury 2. Pinjara 4. Gatekeeper, yes. Race 6 is a real pass. You're right. It could be very dicey. I hope so. This is a 7-year-old gilding. I hope that is not going to make a lot of noise. If that does, then we are out of luck. And that is lower actually. I checked the 3. That was lower. This one is lower. 2 is right. Then it is probably 9. 8 is a drop. Then it comes back here probably. Should be 2-9. Let's see.
Move. There's nibbles to beat it. Grand Crusade is one of them. 750 into 650. Crusader Voyage 480 to 550 back to 5 is the other, and single figures at least. And Fort William number 7 is $16 into $14. Been nibbled off a last start third at Toowoomba. Went on speed. 60 seconds away with the late scratching of the one. Artful Persuasion on top for Mitch. We join him.
$3.20 the current price. Artful Persuasion. Just looks a better distance for him than the 11.10 first up. There was market support to suggest he could race well fresh for John Smurden. Former New South Wales galloper prepared by Mitchell Beer and George Carpenter. It's a better form in New South Wales was over this sort of a trip. He ran a number of midways down there. This soft 6 track is I don't think an issue for him. Gone back to the trial since that run. To trial well. $4 about Holy Flash is knocking on the door at this sort of grade of late. Place 30's past 3. It's that sort of race. It's a $3.20 favourite and a $14 outsider. Oh, Borello about to come up. If a forgive run first up at Grafton, best form's certainly not hopeless here. It's a $10 chance. Crusader Voyage goes in. Luckless run last time at the Sunshine Coast. Maiden went up there. Holy Flash moves up. We're getting close now. Artistic Endeavour. Grand Crusader. Crusader, the leader in the race with Chelsea Baker's claim. Here is Artistic Endeavour to come forward and complete it. Race 6, Doomben, 13.50. Lights on. Racing now. Grand Crusader push out of the gates to go forward and take it up. Holy Flash into second. Artful Persuasion only left fair but was able to muster into a good spot now. Pressing on up into second. 2 lengths away, Crusader Voyage in fourth. Then Borello, Fort William, and Artistic Endeavours at the tail end of the field. Grand Crusaders in front. 900 metres left to run. Leads by a bit more than a length. Artful Persuasion in second. A length and a half away. Holy Flash third. Crusader Voyage is fourth off the back. Then Borello. Fort William. Artistic Endeavour last. About 6 to 7 off the leader. Grand Crusader really tries to back it off mid-race. Leads 3 parts of a length to Artful Persuasion. Edging closer prior to the home turn. Holy Flash is a length off in third. Crusader Voyage is off the bridle in fourth. Then Borello, Fort William. Artistic Endeavours last of all. Around the home corner, 350 left to run. Grand Crusader, the one to beat at the moment. Leads a length and a quarter. Artful Persuasion called upon in second. Holy Flash in third. About to ease around the leader's heels for the last shot. Crusader Voyage has been under a ride but keeps coming. 4 stretched across the track. 100 to go. Holy Flash and Crusader Voyage remain 2 now. Coming to the line. Crusader Voyage put in the last hop and 1. Crusader Voyage beat Holy Flash. 13 Artful Persuasion. 4th Grand Crusader. They had a good tussle, that 4 up the last 200 metres. Fort William, Borello, and Artistic Endeavour was always rearward.
Ben Thompson and Crusader Voyage get the cash over the top of Holy Flash to nail it right near the stick. Artful Persuasion runs third, 3 in for 4th Grand Crusader. Winner home at 4:40 out to 5:10 with a range across the totes, late scratching 1, and there's 2 races to come from Doomben.
8-4, 10-2. So the class beats. Actually, let me just open it. Five and 10 has been scratched. 1427. The odds are right. It's basically 1, 2, 4, and 7. Okay. It's basically 1, 2, 4, and 7. The odds are right. This one is, God knows what the 3 will do. But it's probably 1, 2 here, 16, 5. This is what, 1, 7, 6. But we'll take it out to 1. 1 is the right odd. 1, 2, it is 64. Drop is higher, 4.5. 2. Drop is even higher. Here's 5, but 9, 1, 56. 4, 9, 1. It's not even knocked out. The odds are right. 1, 2, 4, then 7. 1, 2, 4 is the only one on pressure line is 3. 6. Can you do it? 1, 2, 4 and 6. 6. Probably not. 5 is higher. I will be there like that. And it is here on this value of building which is 1, 2, 4. 5. These are heavy up. What happened to this guy? One, 2, 4. 62. Yes, maybe, but This path. 1, 2, 4. And here it is hazy. And whether it will soon go to 7, 6. Difficult, but 3.5. It's a class 5, so maybe. No, this is very strong. 1, 2, 4, 7. The odds are right. Long shot race 7-3. So gate, I don't know if you remember, during Flemington, they were constantly talking about the relative weight. I don't know if you remember that, but you can check that video, and you'll see that they were talking about the relative weight. So this basically is the relative weight. Okay, this is basically the relative weight. And if we look at what is happening, so you will see what exactly is happening. So this net is basically calculating the drop from the relative weight, and then it is calculating the pressure line. Okay, pressure line, as in this is not exactly pressure. Pressure is here. This basically is the gain on the stuff. So that is where it is. So on a 61.5, this was a gain, and here there was no gain, no loss, nothing. And 61.5, this thing went. Why? Because that was a low drop. This was a higher drop. And then the two with the gain, which came here. Okay, so that is what has happened. In here, the one is the thing. Now there is a gain on this. If we compare these two, then this is a higher drop, this is a lower drop. This is a lower drop, but this is a lower relative weight as well. So the odds are kind of right, and we'll see how that 6 gets placed, because the 6 is the lowest, and that's where it stands. Relative weight, yes. They were, I don't know if you remember, they were constantly talking about the relative weight. I thought it's a, I mean, I wanted to open up the relative weight to get a clarity on what's going on. And now, we'll follow this on Saturday, and we'll see how this, if we are right about the relative weight, which they are talking about. And if we are right, then we'll remove some of the columns. We will follow the relative weight. We will rename that. It is called winning weight at this point of time. Three as a top pick to go. Three probably will get there. It's a linear. But from that, it is the highest drop, okay? If they are the same, let's see how that works. Maybe any of those can come in. This is 63, 65, 65. This is a higher drop. This is a low drop.
Of Doomben. It's had 5 goes here for 3 wins and a placing. Has unplaced its 3 previous first up goes though. 175 out the 210 with the bookies. Caravilla number 4 is 6 into 5 back to 550. Mashani Crown is also resuming. It's won a Gold Coast trial by 3/4. 650 into 550. Chilled with Ice for Ben Thompson. Matt Dunn number 7 is 10 out to 12 back into $10. And Super Daisy number 6. She's third up today, $17 into $12. And Beckamo number 9 off the inside for Bella Youngbury is $18 into $15. 60 seconds exactly away. Caravilla on top for Mitch. We join it.
It's pretty short odds, the toppy for Kundo, and they're just taking a little gamble against it late in betting. Andrew, as there's some market support coming from Mashani Crown and Caravilla. Opened up around that 440, 450 mark earlier today. Got to $6. They were happy to take the 6 and have trimmed it back down to around that $5 mark. Been specking for double figure runners here at the bottom of the page. Super Daisy, Chilled with Ice, and Bacamo are all firm as at various stages throughout betting. Bacamo goes up. Shani Crown is ready. Right, where's the horse coming up now?
Naveen, welcome to the gang.
Chilled with Ice. I'm surprised there's some market support for this at double figure odds. Grafted during the carnival was good. Apollo 10
Naveen
about to get ready,
Shivaswamy.
so we're getting close here.
Thank you for joining in, my friend.
Run favourite, but a little soft in betting.
Thank you for doing that.
Jai Williams about to bring.
Yeah, predicting.
Kind barrier today, barrier 3.
Somewhat. One should
Caravilla
get there.
goes forward, pale face, Ringo.
One should get there. The last minute things are about the jockeys, how the jockeys are going to react. If they over race, it will
Go
fail.
now right. Red lights. Set, and they're racing now. Bacamo missed the start a good 4 lengths. One of the first out, Super Daisy from Mashani Crown. Chilled with Ice going forward, looking for a spot. Facundo settles down around 4th. Then Paleface, Ringo, Caravilla the rail. Apollo 10 and 4 away, Bacamo. Super Daisy in front, 700 metres left to run. Leads by half a length. Chilled with Ice Park second. Third, Bacani
6
Crown.
has the idea
Paleface,
of
Ringo's got to 4th, but 3 wide.
the
Facundo
problem.
fifth to the centre.
So 6
Caravilla
is
6th
over
and Apollo
racing.
10. Bacamo's just about tacked on, so it's a modest gallop for this class and distance. Super Daisy, a neck clear from Chilled with Ice. 3 out, Paleface Ringo. Mashani Crown needs away clear. Likewise, Facundo 1 off. Caravilla's going to try its luck on the rails. Then Apollo 10. Super Daisy in front at the furlong pole from Paleface Ringo still there. Mashani Crown
baby.
back to the rails.
Oh, yes.
Facundo's getting out very late. Super Daisy in front. Paleface. Get up. Facundo
7.
lobbed right where it counted. Beat Paleface Ringo, who was
No,
one.
one.
Third, Super Daisy's prominent. Caravilla making
One.
it way late then. Apollo 10, Mashani Crown, Bacamo and Chilled with Ice.
So first up win for Facundo over the top of Pale Face Ringo to beat it right near the post. And under Jai Williams paid $2.30. UTAB New South Wales $2.60 on the Super Tab. 136 tight go for 4th.
So 1 and the 3 did get in.
The Savo from Doomben. Fifth event from the Taree Greys next, starting off the main quaddy.
Yeah, 1, 3, 6. The 6 actually over raced. It had the thing.
Runaway Sam
So
draws the inside.
1, 3, 6.
Sitting on the second line. And then Zipping Amos is $6 into $5 in the big rug. And In Your Head is at $7.50.
1, 3, 2, 6.
Nothing else to report.
1, 3, 2, and
5
6.
to beat 1, 7 and 8 with 60 seconds away from start time. 6th event from the Murray Bridge Gallops. Await us on the other side. And the favourite there is Bel Ragazzo, number 1 off a last start win. Went second up, $4.40 into $3.60. Second
1, 3, 2, 6. 1 was, it all went up on the class, on the relative weight on the class 5, okay? 1, 3, then 2. This was a huge drop, but it just picked up like nobody's business. 1, 3, 2, and then 6. The 4 was the one in question, which was here, 6.5. So this one got through. 2, and then 6 is here. That's what happened. 3 was a gatekeeper's peak. 3 was gatekeeper's peak. 3 was fantastic in this one. Anyway, that is what it is. We'll move on to the next. Five, 6, 8 all scratched. 9, 4, 7, 1. Ideally 1. Ideally 1. This is 3.57. This is 59. This is 55. Dropping to 55. So that's where it stands. It has the palm line, but ideally it should be 1. These are all drops, okay? They are higher. Some are lower. Like the 10 is lower. 7 is also lower. These two are extremely high. 66. But one is 8-year-old gilding. The other one is a 6-year-old gilding. This is 1650. So the body weight will matter. This one is the heaviest, which is good. The 9 is heaviest, but is going to carry lower weight. So these two are out. Probably the bad idea. I don't know what the 3 will do. The 3 is the highest. These two are the highest in the same class. Okay, they're the same class, these two, out of which this one is absolutely doing disastrous. But in this one also, this one's still better, 150. This is 181. This is absolutely disastrous. Then it is here on a drop. 6.5. These two, 66 and 63. This is a 6-year-old gilding with a pressure. So this is a 63 and this is a 64.5. From a 63, it is a drop of 6. Okay, and here it is a 5.5 from the last one, which is 60. So ideally it is 1. Then where it goes? Then if it goes up and knocks the 2 knocks out the 4, which is possible, because that's a 59, that's a 66. So if the 2 knocks out the 4, that is all possible. But the 2 doesn't have the form line. The 3 is an 8-year-old gelding. So if they knock out the 4, then that happens. That's a risk which is there. And then the 9 is on the lower side. So 9 comes in later with that body weight. It will come in, but it will come in later. Ideally, it is this one. The 64, 59, 55. The nearest ones are these two. So they are not doing well. 63 is a drop of 6, so that probably is not going to add value. This is a low drop, but this also drops. In that case, here it is this 3.5, so it can go either way. It can go here, it can go to the 6-year-old gelding. For 4, there are a lot of contenders. I mean, 4 is going to be talking to a lot of people. 4 is going to be talking to 10. 4 is going to be talking to 2. But 1 probably is good to go. Naveen, are we only playing Doomben? Yeah, Naveen, we do 1 track 1 day. We just do 1 track 1 day. You know, I don't have the bandwidth to do multiple tracks unless it's a request. But that's more or less what we do. Otherwise, it gets a little confusing. Anyways, we deal with all numbers. There's nothing like a, you know, it becomes very complicated if you, I mean, I am getting old, Naveen, so what happens at times is, you know, I've tried doing that multiple tracks, and then maybe I'm racing somewhere and I'm looking at something else. You know, that has happened in the past. And of course, Naveen, hold on 1 second, let me just put up the poll. So, I mean, I'm assuming that you have some exposure, some understanding about horse racing, because I don't. All right. For me, horse racing is all about numbers, and I do analysis, which is on the financial side. But this is something that I like, and I do this because there's no one, or there's hardly anything like this with a transparency on numbers which is available. And so we begin with certain things. So, I mean, things that needs to be taken care of. This particular section, all right, this particular section is going to be talking about the resume. What is the pressure from, I mean, what is the gate speed? What is the intermediate speed? What is the closing speed? That's what it is going to talk about. In this particular section, we get the resume. How many League One races, how many races it has done in Group 1, Group 2, Group 3 races, all that. This is about how many, this is about how many times the jockey has ridden the horse. This actually states the stat of the jock in this particular course, all right, in this particular race course. So for 7, we have a jock who's got a 21% win rate, 28% place rate, all right. Then we have this. So this basically is the balance, which basically talks about, so we have a DIC. I'll come to this later. We have a DICR. So that's that. Torque is the horses which has a torque. Torque is something similar to what you have in your vehicle. So we're measuring the torque with the stride length, and the gate speed, which is coming from the gate, we take the torque. Here we have a body weight. Lower it is, better it is. All right. Lower it is. This is not in kilograms. All right. We cannot get it in kilograms. This, if it is saying 152 and the second one is saying 153, there could be a difference of good 20 to 40 kilograms here. All right. So the lower it is, the heavier it is. That's the idea. Then we have a leverage, which is talking about how the horse has been gaining promotions over a period of time. So whatever the number of races that it has raced, and how much they have gained in terms of promotion. What is a promotion? Whenever the horse is given, like this one, in the previous race, it was racing at 54, okay? And in this particular race, it is racing at 59. So that's a promotion. So last time it raced at 54. This time it is racing at 59. So that's a promotion. So whatever the number of times the promotions have happened, along with the commentary, we add that here. Then we have the pressure line. The pressure line is on the distance, and the body weight plus this jockey, whatever that jockey is riding. So that's the pressure line. So we always hear there's a pressure on the horse. What is the pressure? So that's the numerical value of the pressure. So the pressure is divided into 3 segments. The first one is the actual pressure line. The second one is the breather. Are you able to give it a breather? I mean, can you hold it back and then pull it back? That is the definition here. Then here in this particular section, it is basically about the form line. Higher is, whoever has higher is, that's the form line, okay? This 3 section are form line. This is the revised weight. This is where they're coming from. This is where they're going to, okay? 54 is what it had in its previous race, and 55.5 is where it is going. Attempting to. Now we divide that 55 into 3 segments. 56 is actually what the horse is carrying, okay? It shows 55. Horse is carrying 56. Why? There is a drop from jock. So jock has dropped half a kilogram. That's why if we add 56 plus half a kilogram less from the jock, it becomes 55.5. Okay, that's 56 on the horse less the jock, whatever the jock has on its saddle, that's minus, that becomes 55. Then here we have a lot of other stuff. This is the relative weight that we are carrying. That is, we are talking about. This is the ideal weight, which is something similar to the winning weight. We just have to figure out which one is striking, the ideal weight or the winning weight. So far in this track, we have seen the relative weight, which we call as the winning weight, is striking. Then here we have, if the horse has raced here in this particular ground, if the jockey has won with this horse, which this one, the 10, says yes. Then here we are measuring the stud farm. If it is going on positive, that means they are making money. If they're going negative, that means they're incurring losses. Here it is the DICR. DICR basically shows who has the top weight. Like this one has the top weight. It will show the DICR, who has the top weight, and then going down. Then here it is the handicapping scale, which says the orange is the highest handicapped. All right. Then it is whatever. Then it is, I mean, higher handicapping is better. That means it's a capable horse. Then we have the jock. The orange guys are capable of taking in pressure like this, orange and orange. So they are capable of taking in pressure. These guys are for these pressure lines. Then we have this side, which is the balance, which is actually talking here. Okay, this balance is done in a separate way here. So this basically shows the load versus the gait. This B plus is the character, what kind of a horse does what. So we have been doing this for some time. So like for 1, it is a linear, which means it is a pressure horse. 7 is an EW, 9 is an EW. These are all EWs, all right? So that's more or less, and there are, I mean, this particular sheet has more than 1,500 different columns. We just have 50, which is in front of us right now, but that's more or less. If you have any question in particular, I'll be more than happy to answer. Everything has a numerical value here, Naveen. There's no gray area that we, I mean, if you have a question, I have a numerical answer to that. That's what I mean. Okay. If you, there's nothing in Naveen, that's exactly what we are looking for. There is no set pattern to this. The idea is very clear. So if right now I'll tell you what exactly are the key factors. So firstly, what is the benchmark? That's the first question. Secondly, which track, what is the length of the straight? Like for this one, this is a 350 meters. Doomben is about 350 meters. If you're talking about Randwick, is about 410. Flemington is 450. So you're talking that difficulty. So what happens basically is there is a class factor. Like through the DICR, it will show the class. Okay, this is the class. So 1 is the top class. Okay. And we see from the is somebody at the door? We see from this particular weight, which is the relative weight, we see the drop. Okay, this is the net drop. So this could be a very, very high winning weight or a relative weight, but the drop is going to show you what is the drop on this horse. This one is a little lower drop. This is a lower relative weight, but same drop as this one. That's where the two. So this is a lower, but the same drop. Okay. Then the 10 is lower, but drop. 1 is one of the top relative weights, okay, and a low drop. And a low drop. So ideally, what should happen? A class will go through, but which class? This class? So a class should go through. Then we look for either it will go up here with the class and the difficulty will fail. Like for example, 4 has a difficulty of 5. That means it's 59, 3.5 steps up. All right. Last carrying weight was 54. So that's a strong climb for 4. The question is, can 4 deliver that? The 4 is going to be talking to 1 directly. Why? Because that's a class. Now 9 has an advantage. What is the advantage? The body weight and a lower tussle. But it is also a lower capable horse. It's a low capability horse, which means that this horse cannot carry more than 55, 50, 56 on those lines. It is given 56. So, but the body weight is heavy. Now that body weight could be fat. So things are complicated. So ideally the number should be a higher number. Yeah, depending on which number you're looking at. For the relative weight, it is a higher number with a lower drop. Like this is a higher number, but this is a higher drop. This is a higher number with a lower drop. So that's the idea. I mean, that's what is happening. And we have this relative weight is like we got it last maybe about a month. We've got this, and we are trying to test it throughout the tracks, like in Flemington, here. Then whatever is going to happen this Saturday, we are going to be testing it there. So we need to find out where the loopholes are and where at what length the advantage is kicking in. No problem, Naveen. Thank you for being here, my friend. The problem is, Naveen, there are no books, all right? There are no guidelines. There is no theory that anybody has written or published about how horse racing handicapping is done. We know there is a handicapping, all right? This race has been designed. Somebody has designed this race, okay? He has chosen the right horses, assigned the right weights, but on the basis of what? Okay, that's the question. And when they're assigning the weight, are they assigning the weight depending on, what it should be assigned, or they're assigning the weight depending on how they are going to benefit from this? For example, this is being designed by Doomben. All right, this race is a product of Doomben race course. So the handicapper in the Doomben race course will definitely not want you and I to win. So he will manipulate the factors which are involved. He will manipulate the factors which are involved. Our job is to figure out in a reverse way. If he is assigning a weight like 60 on this horse, should it win? The question is, then we talk about form line, then we look at the body weight, then we look at the drop, then we look at every other aspect, whatever is there. Okay. So ideally what? Ideally, they want you to see the 3. Okay. If you, let's say you had no clue about horse racing, the first thing that you'd understand is, higher is better. So higher. Let's go 60, 60.5 because that's the highest weight. But how manipulated is that? That's an 8-year-old gelding losing body weight is a drop of 6 from 66.5, which is the relative weight. So that's huge drop. And that's an 8-year-old. So that is where the contradictions are. It is not as simple as, just identifying numbers. It is about questioning yourself, questioning the setup. You're being set up, so you can be rest assured that you're not going to win. Why? You're going to miss something or the other. If you win, it's a good thing, but that needs to be controlled. You cannot get emotional about it. You cannot get overwhelmed about it. You cannot be overexcited. If you don't understand, step out. If you have a little bit of doubt, step out. That's the theory that at least I believe. Naveen, I'm learning every day, Naveen. It's just that I have friends here, like, you see, Gate is here, Lee is here. Then you'll meet all the entire gang on Saturdays. We all get together, we do our brainstorming, we do our picks, and that's more or less where we are heading to. But that's more or less the structure. Numbers talk, and we stick to the numbers instead of blabbering jazz that what it did in last two races, what happened in last race is what we'll talk here. Like the last race was 60.5 and this one is a 60, so there's a drop of 0.5 from the weight is dropping here at 6.5. So, and that's an 8-year-old gelding. What was the setup of that particular race? We don't know. All right. So what happened in the previous race has got nothing to do with this race. This is a brand new setup. There's brand new competitors. There's brand new performance lines. Everything changes with every race. So there's no set rule. It is about you looking at the number, or if you have your own numbers, you share those, and then we cheer.
Back to $3.60. Kundabung, number 7, $4.80 into $4.40. Luton Who, number 1, $4.80 to $5.50 back into 5. Smart as Smart, number 2 for Jace McMurray, $8.50 out to 9 back into $8. And for those after a roughie, Zoo Slayer ran 6 at Ipswich last time out. Only suggested might do something here for Mark Duplessis, 41 into $26. Ready to ignite on top for this man, Mitch Manners, off a last start second here at this track and trip.
Sort of looks a race that he'll be able to control off the map point of view. It's a good run last time around behind a progressive type. We'll see Autumn Tree line up in a Saturday race at Eagle Farm. I think they've taken the benchmark 80 option with that fellow. He's now when he's past 2.
Topic 7 and 1.
Progressive. So I think it's the right sort of form lines. Miss Chastain gets the blinkers on for the first time today. She won first up at Newcastle and then sort of just went through the motions behind them at Eagle Farm, second up behind June. So they've immediately gone for the blinkers.
One should win.
Ben Thompson.
If the jockey doesn't make a mockery out of this horse,
To the 16,
then the one should win.
Better. Kundabug, the Ryan Maloney, Chris Waller combination. I'm looking for 3 on the card. So I understand market support for that fellow, given how the stable and rider have gone today. So they're getting close here for the last. 16.50 ahead of them. Luton Who goes up. Zoo Slayer going forward and Ready to Ignite will be the last to load. So it takes us to Eagle Farm on Saturday, a 9-race program there. Set to run for the last here though. Gates are back and they're off and racing now. Zoo Slayer was slow to move by 2 lengths, and with the blinkers on first time, Miss Chastain was in the back half of the field at the jump. The catch left well with Kundabung, going forward on their outside is Ready to Ignite, and then followed Zoo Slayer, who was last away, but it's over racing. It's quickly got up to 4th. Luton Who's next, Miss Chastain and Smart as Smart are going to settle down as the last pair. 1,200 metres left to run. Kundabung in front, joined by Zoo Slayer, who's over racing the outside, and the gallop's now good. 1.5 away, Ready to Ignite third. The catch is 4th. 3 lengths to Luton Who. On the inside, Miss Chastain. Smart as last, about 7 off the leader. Zoo Slayer, Mark Duplessis trying to get the geldie to come back to him, and he's done that now. He leads half a length to Ready to Ignite, who quickly whipped up to the leader's girth. 1.5 away, Kundabung in third. Then followed the catch, who slipped away from the rail into 4th now. 2.5 lengths, Miss Chastain, Luton Who. Smart as Smart still last. 500 metres left to run prior to the home turn. Ready to Ignite's now got the head in front of Zoo Slayer. Kundabung's trying to get out for that pocket spot as the leader's gone. Then followed by the catch, Luton Who. Miss Chastain's run up into a dead end, and last is Smart as Smart. In the meantime, Ready to Ignite nicked off here. Ready to Ignite leads by 2. Luton Who's run to second, and it looks the best chaser at the moment. Then Smart as Smart. Ready to Ignite in front. 125 left to run. Luton Who's coming to that margin now. Luton Who hit the front from Ready to Ignite. Luton Who's too good, and it's a race-to-race double to Joe Williams. Luton Who beat Ready to Ignite. Smart as Smart third. 4th in Miss Chastain. Then Zoo Slayer, the catch, and Kundabung.
Luton Who right over the top of Ready to Ignite to win the last and pay $4.80 out to $5.50 with a range across the totes. And it's 192.4 in for 4th. We thank Mitch. Terrific coverage from Doomben midweek, wrapping up that 8-race program. 5th event on the Q1 late. So
that happened. Why one is because of that fact that it is one of the top on the relative weights, and that is the lowest on the drop with a pressure. Okay, that's the pressure. So that went through. Then 1, 9, and yeah, this is where I was talking that you know how the 2 is going to get placed is the 66, then this 6, okay, and then this was a very high on 59. So 9 came in. Yeah. 56, 57 failed. So 1, 9, 2, and 4. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Gate, yes. No. Naveen, I am not awesome. I am as good as who you are or anybody else chatting in this channel. They're all very experienced, Naveen. If you talk about Gate has seen Lincoln. Can you believe that? Gate has seen Lincoln. Ask Gate and he will tell you what happened when Lincoln became president. He's been racing since then. So, and we have a lot of other friends here in this channel who are fantastic, and they've been racing for a very, very long time. But yes, we are trying to solve this with numbers so that we get the accuracy on this, and we can do this the right way. But that's more or less the fact. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere in the world. Thank you so much for doing that. It means a lot. And I want to thank Naveen. Thank you so much for tuning in, my friend. Thank you so much for joining in. Gate, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank